Oh, 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 oh. Shadows. Can we figure this out today? The shadows are fucked, and I don't know how to fix it. What I want to do instead, I think, is I want to return N. I think N is the normal. I don't exactly know what normals mean, but I think that's the normal. That's where the cross product is pointing. That's the normal. And so what we want to do is we want to extract the N for the hit. And after we have it, here we need to say N to check equals N out. And then here, what we're gonna do is we're gonna calculate a new ray direction. And then if we have the ray there, we are going to say if dot radar n and n to check. Hmm. Is it like this? Is here it's less than 0, right? Then that results in not a hit. We can try it. That's pretty good. But you can see, right? We do have some problems. But I don't know that this has to do with this. But I think maybe it does. But it's hard to say. It's more noticeable there. It does seem to have to do with the shadows. But it's vastly, vastly improved now. I was not sure if it actually happened here too, but I'm not seeing it on the normal quote-unquote textures. So right now it's happening here. There are still some floating point issues. But who knows what's causing that? Significant improvement. What is happening there? I guess it's casting a shadow from... like this, maybe, somehow, but that doesn't look correct. That most certainly is not correct. If you look here, the further away we go, the more destroyed it becomes here. But it's functional now. Unfortunate frame rate, but what can you do? What if we get rid of this? No, that didn't... it literally didn't change anything. Which is fine. This is bad. But if you notice, this pixel doesn't give a fuck about what I do with this. This is not related to the shadows. That is just something else. That's just a lost pixel. Like, what is happening there? Who knows? But yeah. What is Y? Test ray position. I do think that it should probably be subtracted a little bit. I think that shouldn't be necessary. I don't know if there's like a sweet spot how many decimals you should use when you do things like this. I feel like when you go to granular, it stops working. Because obviously it only supports up to like 7 decimals. And I guess the result from that also becomes kind of sketchy. So I feel like it's best to not go like too little, but also not too much. Somewhere in between 1 and 7 decimals. But I do think it should have something like this. Okay. Yeah, it's still doing it. It does it quite a lot too. That's the thing. Actually, I want to do something. We're gonna implement a boolean here called draw shadows. And we're then gonna say draw shadows should be set to... I don't know if you can convert a boolean to an integer here, but let's just say that. And then in update, we're gonna do something like if draw shadows not equal draw shadows old, then draw shadows old equals draw shadows. Draw shadows. Draw shadows. And then we go up here, we say int draw shadows. I don't know if it matters to set anything to external. Wait. HLSL external. I thought that was... No, it's called extern. This is the default. Yeah, it doesn't matter. And then we go here. We say if draw shadows equals 1. Otherwise, we're not going to do that. Also need to move another setting here. I want the sun position. I think I might have just slapped it in here somewhere. Yep. Now we need to find a pixel. Really? Come on, man. Something is fucked up. Maybe not. Pixel. Oh, come on, man. Fair enough. Here I'm gonna say if try hit is greater than or equal to 0 and draw shadows equals 0, then we break. Damn, that's a long compile. This is... yeah. That's not a shadow bug. That's a slope bug. Ink? Why would I have issues with intersecting? That's so strange to me. It's kind of hard to see the green here. There it is. But which green are we intersecting though? Is it... looks bright. That's a top. Oh, it's not a top. What's that mean? Bright green. It's this one. Try hit 4. That's really strange. Because what that means is that it's finding the square behind. Why would it do that? just thinking, because I don't understand how. Like, I don't understand where the issue might be. Because I don't feel like it makes sense. Because I don't really think I have any issues with rendering elsewhere. You can see it's just here. This is the typical I mean, I have an idea of why it might happen, but I don't really understand why it would happen. I think I'm not sure even what I think. What am I even doing here? Ray direction times 2. Because that bug right there, that's in the base version of this DDA Raymarcher. That bug is caused by the fact that you can skip, you can move 2 voxels in one step. So if you have an array that goes like this, every step you take here, that's one up, and then here, this becomes like this. And there's no real correct choice here. Because I think this is kind of valid, but not really entirely. Because what I'm doing now is I take the lowest delta and I step that first. So this ray here, even though it technically doesn't actually intersect any of these, it intersects here. And it's one of those things that's like, it shouldn't be relevant because the ray is at the absolute extreme, but if this is a full cube, it will intersect with this cube. Instead of this cube that it maybe should intersect with. And it might result in a miss. In an incorrect pixel. And it's enough for this to happen. But this doesn't feel like it usually happens. Like, I'm not sure. If you look right now, I have two bright pixels. And they are both at the absolute edge there. I think it might still be the case that that's what's happening. In which case, it might be a bug caused by the fix. But what is actually weird is that it's rendering green. And right now, rendering green kind of means that it has stepped through and it's finding whatever is below. So it is strange, and I don't really understand how it could happen, because as I enter the voxel, and especially if we look like here, if I enter the voxel here, like that isn't really a strange point to enter it, because it should just enter here. And then we just do a ray check. And it should just work. This is what I want. But we have to go here, and we have to say what's the default CS test value that I'm using here? I think it's Is it 0? -1. Because otherwise the value that I'm trying to extract here is going to get colored by shadow and maybe even distance. There. So we've got that. And then we need CS test 3. There's some interpolation going on here, which kind of blows, but because there doesn't seem to be an issue with that. But yeah, you can see it's right on the seam there. But even so, why is it acting strangely? I feel like this should be like this. Here. And see, this is what's so difficult. Literally just one pixel misfiring breaks the entire thing. Oh. What if we try doing this? Didn't fix it. But it didn't really make it any worse either. So I'm not really sure what to think about this. Is it happening here? Can't tell. I don't feel like it's happening here. I can't. No. No. It's just that here we get some blue instead for whatever reason. There's a green. Green confirmed. What fucking... What is that? But green... I shouldn't be able to draw that. It could have something to do with this, like it's a near miss. And if I do that, because it might be that we are hitting the triangle on the edge, so that it's just a rounding error, keeping us from within or outside. Hello, ho ho. I don't know how you do this for so many hours without error messages to help. It's like extreme programming. Yeah, graphics programming is almost all bullshit. It just doesn't have anything. Like, you just get nothing. If you do like, because I'm not really doing true ray tracing, and if you're using like real ray tracing methods, you can use programs like NVIDIA Insight to trace every single step in the rendering process in a frame. And you can actually load up games and deconstruct them and literally extract their shaders, the shader code, in like readable form. Using Insight. I remember we did that with Teardown, or another guy did that with Teardown. I wasn't involved, but I was there when he did it, and it literally just showed us exactly how they did the rendering in Teardown. But right now I'm using a compute shader instead of like the actual fragment shader and vertex shader and blah 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 blah, which makes it a little different. I'm not using a true ray, I'm just making a for loop, which is kind of a ray, but it's also kind of not really. So ray is something different, I think. It's like a thing. So I don't know what I can actually see in the rendering process here. But we might be able to step through the waves, maybe. But it's just that because I'm not actually rendering to the screen, that means that all it could trace is that I'm writing data to a texture, and that texture is then rendered to the screen, and because of that I can't see anything. And because of that I should also move away from compute shaders. I kind of just got stuck with them because I got it to work. So I really should convert this to a standard shader, but I can't be arsed right now. So let's not do that. I was gonna set this here, K epsilon. I don't know why it's called K epsilon, but they called it that. Float K epsilon. And then like that, and then we set K epsilon to that value there. So we have it externally, so we can fiddle with it and see if it is at all related to this. I hate that I'm stuck chasing this now. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. There we go. I fucked it up somehow. Public float K epsilon. Here it's just called epsilon. Why? And why is it not doing anything? This should have big impact. Did I only put this in start or something? Yeah. Only put it in start. Okay. That explains it a little bit. But the issue with running things in Nsight is that it's a pain in the ass. Like, you can't just connect it to Unity, unfortunately. You have to launch it via Nsight. There's another program called Pix, which is by Microsoft, which is for DirectX. Or I think it's specifically for DirectX 12, probably. I think. I haven't tried it. AMD have their own version as well. So it depends on what graphics card you have, if you can use it or not. It also depends on what model line your GPU is. I couldn't use it before when I had a 1060. Because it was just too old. Okay, the K epsilon doesn't matter. It disappears here, but I don't think that's for a good reason. No. But you can see it's always at an edge, it seems. Yeah. I need to add something. Entry ray position. I mean, the fact that the map position is actually correct. Think. Wait, yeah. Yeah, because I've been thinking like, wait, shouldn't 255 be... Because when you have a bit value, you kind of need to divide it by like one lower than what it should be, kind of. Because if you have one bit, you have two values. But it's actually 0 to 1. And if you have 2 bits, you have 3, right? So you have to divide it by 3. And if you have 255, that's 8. So that's actually 256. So dividing it by 255 is actually correct. So the value should be fine. So we need to figure out what's like what is happening here. What is the actual problem? Is it skipping past, or is it failing to intersect and then it skips past? Or are we not intersecting at all and it's just skipping to another tile or another voxel erroneously? Where it shouldn't. Come on, bitch, I can see you. Come on. Actually, the blue one is a little interesting too. Come on. Oh. Oh, oh, oh. We got blue and green in one go. When we do that, then it's correct. We got some ugly edges, though, I'll be honest. I don't really know why this happens. Because this is just not good. That's not what any line should look like. This does look like it's a bit of an error. Like it's sticking out a bit too much here. But I don't know. Whatever. Let's go and get some information. Okay, oh, we have to do that. These two look the same, but they're not. One is the current map position, and one is the current ray position. The ray position, though, doesn't translate very well because it's a float. And we only have 255 values to put into the color. This is what we want there. All right. So what you do then is you go and you find the pixel. Now here, we can already tell that the pixel it has a shadow. As you can see, the green isn't full. Everything has been reduced by 20%. So this is actually intersecting something. but it's not part of the shadow casting. Either way. We can tell it's right there on the edge. And here then, this is 36, 30, 52. That's actually a problem. Because the pixel to the left and above is 37. But here you can see that well, I don't know. I think that is a problem. But like, it shouldn't be, because if we actually look at it here, right, you can see this is the actual voxel face. And then it gets turned into this something. So what's strange to me is that if we look at this here, right? What should be happening is that we enter this here. This pixel is in this voxel. So it should enter here, but it should just be empty, right? So it should traverse into there. So if the amount of steps here is 6, that's fine. Oh no, wait. Actually, it doesn't matter in this case. So yeah, that is the issue. That this is 7 while the rest is 6. So it's somehow... But it still doesn't really help. Like... The ray position is the same. Because I realized that in this mode here, it's actually not. We're not doing the triangle check. So what that means is that in this mode, this pixel here should have the same amount of steps as the others. Draw, what should we call it? Draw shapes is, I don't know, that's not right. Use marching cubes. Alright, let's try that. Now, I should be able to turn on and off the marching cubes. Oh, I forgot to actually do checks on the blue pixel. Maybe those are still in the frame. Yeah, the blue is still there. What does the blue mean then? The blue one is a little trickier. I wonder if the blue is an actual shadow bug. I think it might be. Yeah. I don't like that. Dude, fucking floats, man. Ah, well, that sucks. That doesn't help. I mean, we can still see, right? So what we want is... this one, mainly. And... we do that. I don't think that'll show anything, will it? No. Let's show different greens sometimes. What's the deal with that? That shouldn't really happen either. Hey, where'd my pixel go? Oh, it's still there. It does change. This is a different triangle. Oh, what is happening? Why? I feel like I should give up. What I mean is I shouldn't be fucking with this so much right now. And just actually continue with the implementation of the voxels. Because that's more fun, and I think this might be hell to fix. So I don't really know exactly where the issue is. Like, if we don't draw shadows, it's still there, right? Yeah, in fact, we have 2 pixels here. When the shadows are involved, they hit something. It's not necessarily higher or lower priority, to be honest, because nothing here really matters that much. But at least that will potentially have like steady progress, and we can actually see some blocks actually having the correct shape and stuff. Because we haven't even gotten to adjusting them yet. Oh, which is gonna suck so bad. Oh, because what I'm doing now is I'm implementing the basic shapes, right? And that's plane, cube, slope, which is just a plane, but it's a plane with sides actually right now. You need the concave and the convex corner, and that's like the bare minimum. And then all of those need to be implemented for every direction. And that's gonna be a big thing that sucks ass. But after that's done, that's where the really tricky part starts, because what I'm doing here is we're checking the index, right? And the index is what type it is. And then I go by alignment, just because I felt like that was kind of easier. That tells me the rotation of it. The alignment won't work on all of them, because not all of these will have an alignment. But like a slope will always have an alignment, for example. And then I set the triangles here. But the tricky part is I'm setting them like this, so it's like I'm always setting the triangles as they come. Because before it was all a cube, right? So 0, 3, 2, 1 is always the front face. 5, 6, 7, 4 is always the back face. 0, 1, 5, 4 is always the left face. And that doesn't exist anymore. So now it's just, I set 0, 1, 2, 3. I'm just using triangles in the order that I need them. Or, yeah. And then I just set like where, I just set up the first triangle. And then I set up the second triangle and the third triangle. But the problem with that is that when 0 can be anywhere, 0 can be down here, and then like 0 is here, 1 is here, 2 is here. It doesn't matter. Because then I have to check the neighbors and adjust the vertices up and down. And then that has to actually work with the way I've implemented the triangles, so that I can actually like access the correct ones. And like ideally that would be in a way that doesn't end up with like 65 if statements where like every single voxel configuration has its own unique code for checking neighbors, right? Like that's what I'm not looking forward to. Yeah. But I think it might end up that way. It might. Holy shit, finding the start of this? Oh, I mean, is it time? I think it's time. delete some commented code. It was like 40 pages, unironically. Um, $4,300. 7,000. So yeah. It was 3,000 lines of commented code. Let's get rid of that. It's getting annoying. And even here, there's a lot. Actually gonna delete this. Well, yeah, fuck it. If I need another sphere collider, I'll just go and grab it again. Capped cone. Like here, we're doing some stuff. Inverse distant weight. Oh, and down here we have even more backup code. Let's delete that. There, now we're down to 2,000 lines instead of 7,800. That should be a little bit easier to scroll. There's still a lot of commented code, but it's fine. What was I gonna do? I'm just gonna add a bunch of little checks here. Oh, brick acceleration wasn't enabled. It's also gonna be interesting to see how it runs. The brick mapping doesn't really do that much right now, at least. Well, let's do this. 160. $240. I mean, it's still significant, but not nearly as much as I thought it would have. And I think that's just part of my implementation. Because I think it's stalling on the registries really hard. And that makes the brick map kind of counterproductive. Because the more I use the brick map, the more it stalls. But the brick acceleration doesn't affect the pixel. I'm surprised it's getting colored based on that. I thought... Oh yeah, no, it is doing that. Wait. No, it's not. Oh yeah, it's also because I'm doing the depth cast, and that does use... Actually, it might not matter. But it does, but it's so strange. Because I'm using a system where I'm casting some early rays. And the way it works, kind of, is that I cast a couple of rays at an extremely low resolution. So we end up with much fewer rays, right? And those rays only look for bricks. And a brick is an 8x8x8 block of voxels. And those rays then just shoot until they find a brick that has contents in it. And then it stops and it records the distance. And then I write that to a texture. And then when we come to the true write step, I just load that distance for the true rays, and then I start from there. And that it feels a little like is this really a good idea? But it does work. And it is, I think, not an uncommon technique. I was also, when the camera was still, I was storing the last ray position, and I started there on the next frame, unless the camera is moved. But that's not really legal, because then if something walks on the screen, it won't render. It also makes the frame rate vary like insane amounts from standing still to moving, which just feels bad. So that's a really bad technique. So I removed that. But what needs to really change is this somehow. Because here, what's happening is that every time I move between a brick and a voxel, or from a voxel to a brick to a wall, it has to recalculate positions. It has to recalculate the distance, it has to recalculate the position, the last ray position, it resets wall map position, like it does so many things. And every time you set like a ray position, that's 3 global float 3s that are getting set, which is really bad. Because they are accumulating registers every time, I think. And when we reach the register limit, then the rendering will stall and we lose FPS. So this has to change, but I want to do that later too. But I'm just a little sad here because this here gets smallest delta. Doesn't seem to do anything. This is really bad. This is really bad. That should be okay. All the variables that iterate need to not be global. But it's one of those things that, like, it's supposed to be really bad, but it doesn't really affect the frame rate. So it's like, I don't know. We're not using depth cast at all anymore. So we can comment that. Yeah. It's just annoying to set these up. But yeah, it should have use depth cast. I don't think there's any reason to check for the kernel. I'm just gonna do that instead. And then here, we are loading depth. If use depth cast. Actually, we can do that. Just say if use depth cast equals 1. Because I feel like this doesn't really matter, but you never know. It's dangerous to assume that something isn't the cause. So I should have a switch for it so that I can just slap it and then we'll see. All of those should be enabled by default. Give me green, bitch. Oh, there's one green. Use depth cast. That does nothing. The brick map acceleration is actually almost pointless. But it's not really, because the depth cast is brick map acceleration. Wait, hold on. What the fuck? It was setting the same variable. All right. I would say they're both pretty important. This is raw Raymarching. That's 60 FPS. Then we do the precast. That raises us to 114 here. And then we use brick acceleration. That speeds it up to 200, 180, 200. So yeah. But it doesn't seem to affect this problem at all on either of those. Come on! Actually, the depth cast. No, it just changes. It just changes where it happens. Nah, dude, no, like nothing helps. It's so strange. I don't know what to do with this. Because it's so random, right? It's not random, but it is. Because it always happens in the same scenario. And that's on an intersection between two voxels. And one voxel or one pixel is just randomly misfiring. But what makes it annoying is that is it my DDA implementation that's doing it? Is it my ray calculation that's doing it? Is it how like the mask works that's doing it? Is it like what the fuck is doing it? Because sometimes it's HLSL that's doing it. I had an issue earlier with a cube doing things incorrectly when it was rendering. And that turned out that fixing that was setting a variable to be precise. And that's why I've been trying to set things to precise now, where like rounding issues are involved. But so far, no luck, really. And I do think that it is because of some multiplication or some bullshit, because when I turn off the depth cast and the brick acceleration here, it disappears. This one is still there. But that kind of implies to me that converting from one space to another does potentially introduce this. Now this one up here, that's a different question. Why is that happening? Or was that... Maybe that was literally just a normal pixel, but you can see it's still happening anyway. So disabling brick acceleration and depth cast doesn't really help. And it's not the shadows. It's just fuck me. That's what's happening. Fuck me. But what's so difficult as well because it's only happening on the slope. But if I disable marching cubes, then I can no longer see. But I don't think it's happening here. Ever. So it only happens on the slopes. Gonna try one thing here. If greater than Tmax, if greater than or equal to Tmax. And this is what I hate the most about 3D graphics programming, that there's so many things that are like, it depends on whether a value is inclusive or exclusive, because that's like, if it's inclusive, then it's gonna include like 1 instead of only 0.99999999999, and then that breaks it completely. And it's just it so much of it comes down to just a rounding thing, but that didn't make a difference there. I'm just kind of running out of vectors. To figure this out. Because it's not the epsilon. This is desperation, by the way. Just try slapping precise on everything. Nope, still happens. Epsilon doesn't matter. Just wonder if it has something to do with this. But I don't know. I don't think there's any other way to do it. Because this is where I'm getting the UV. I don't know if UV is really the right word here. I've named it UV at least. It's the normalized position within the voxel. So it's technically more than it's because the UV is just that's 2 axes, right? But this has 3. So this is really just an internal position. But when you're just when they're just voxels, it's practically the same as the UV. But now that I actually have triangles, then we have to get the UV from the triangle intersection. But whatever. But the issue here is that in order to get the value, the internal value, you have to take the world position of your ray and subtract the floored position of your ray from it. That way you get a value between 0 to 1. Kind of. But that's the crux. you cannot get a value of 1 by doing that. So that means that the ray internally can only have a value between 0 to 0.999999999. And that means that, for example, if we enter a voxel from the right, that means that we are on the positive side. And if we then want to check if we are intersecting with the triangle that's immediately up against the wall, that means we miss. Because we can't be at 1. We're at 0.999999999, while the wall is at 1. Right? So the only way I've been able to fix that is by setting the axis that we enter at manually to 1. So if we enter from x on the positive side, I set it to 1. Or rather, I set it to 0.5 in this case, but it's the same thing. But what if on 1 pixel we actually enter the voxel in a way where, like, let's say we enter it from Z on the front. That's entering it from the negative Z axis, right? And then we also enter it on x equals 1. Very, 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 very low chance of that happening. But as you can tell, it's really, really hard to actually find a camera position where it is actually happening. So it is possible that that is the problem. And if that is the problem, how do I fix that? How can I possibly fix that? To give another axis a value of 1. Because it also needs to be able to be 0. Like, it's not possible. Yo, Beanless, how's it going? Nothing's good. It's all pain. Pain and hardships. My rays are misfiring. Yeah, I don't know what to do. Is there, like, can you clamp a value? No. Like, I would like to be able to clamp a value exclusively, so that if I set it to be a value of 0 to 1, then it goes from 0 to 1, but if it's 1, then it's set to the next closest value, kind of. But in reality, I can get that value because we know that we have a maximum of 7 decimals, I think. So I could just, in theory, I could set like a max constant that looks like that. But that's kind of retarded. So I feel like I'm just doing something wrong. And I'm not really sure how to solve it. Let's do this. Minus... No. Let's do it here. Plus CS test var. Let's try that. One second. And we set all of these to 0, 0, 0. And we go find a bug pixel. Come on. Ugh. But I think there is credence to what I'm saying right now, because it happens so rarely, and it only ever happens on the edge, that it's possible that is the issue. But doesn't seem like it actually. So And it's annoying too, because I don't feel like I can really change anything here to test it. What do I want to check here? Because I wanted to... I mean, sure, whatever. Let's just say that for every ray triangle check, we're gonna say try check count plus equals 1. And then I want to go down here. After here, I thought I had a CS testing here. If cs test.x equals, I don't know how high it goes up to now, like 6. Then I want to say color equals float for try check count divided by 255. Break. And then we'll try. Because the information is kind of muddied. Because if it's a cube, it's gonna get... It's just gonna get 12 added to it. But if it's a slope, it's gonna get 4 added to it. So that should mean that if it has missed, but still did the try checks, we should then get a value of like 16 or something in there. Nope, it just says 4. In that case, what is it showing me? Huh? 4? 2? Well, yeah. See, 12, 4. What is this fucking green, bro? It doesn't even make any sense, because nothing should have that color. Because if we look here, that color is all the way down here. That means here. That means a try count of 8. That can only happen and that only happens if the map position is incorrect. But even so, here, it says that this map position is what this is. Right? And you can see here it isn't, right? Yeah, we can't actually fit an actual 0.5 in there. If I could at least isolate where the issue is, right? Like that would be nice. Let's see what the T value is at. Oh, yeah. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna say if tmin is greater than 1, then we're gonna say test x, y, z dot x equals 1. Else test x, y, z dot x equals tmin. Tmin minus equals 1. And then we're going to repeat this 3 times. And we're going to say y. And here it's z. And then here we're going to say color equals float for test xyz divided by 5. Okay. Let's try now. So the t value is a value from like 0 to 100 or 1.404 or something like that. So I'm just making sure that it can fit into the color, because the color only takes the value up to 1, and you have to divide that value by 255 in order to fit it into the color to then extract it with a color picker in a paint program. Come on, bitch. And you might want to note that it's actually always happening there on the far side. I don't think it ever happens on the left side. which is a clue, but it also doesn't mean shit. Now we're not getting anything. What is this? Oh, it's kind of weird here, but it should be fine. Well, actually, since I'm keeping it within a value of 0 to 1, we don't need to divide it. Again. Makes sense. Doesn't really help me, but makes sense. There are some things here that have to be a little different, like this here. This here needs to be set. What is Raymarching? It's when you march along a ray. So we need to set this down here. And then we need to do that. And instead of raking and setting the color here, it needs to actually continue. And then we go down here. Here. Hello, the Krillionaire. How's it going? Then we do that. We set result equals color, and then we return. Oh, I'm in hell. Nothing works. A few things work, but not the things I want. This way we can get past that. That part we had there. I have little tiny pixels that refuse to render correctly. Wait, why is it black? Oh, that's why. This needs to be equals. And then you have to find the bug. Come on. Come on, you bitch. Come on. Come on. Hey. I take that one. And then we want 7. Is it going to be any different? Fuck. What? I'm so confused. Are we making a Tamagotchi game I made, but in C++ to learn C++? I mean, that's fair. I've been thinking about learning C++, but I really don't want to. It's one of those things like, if I need it, then I need it. I've seen a lot of C++ code, and ugh. C# is so much better, man. C# is the best coding language in the world. Maybe not from like a functional point of view, but from a usability and like human point of view, it's so much better than every other language. It's not even close. C# just makes sense. I honestly don't think any language with a script in it is actually easier to use than C#. I think like higher level languages just complicate it and make it more difficult because it's like meant to be used in a certain way. That's why I don't like them. You know, it's not to the extent of trying to like work with Next.js or something where you just need to know what everything does. But I feel like any step over C# is a step in that direction. Why does this not do anything? Why is it rendering the... Why is it rendering the color? Like, that's what's the weirdest part here. Why is it rendering the color? CS test x equals 7. If CS test x equals 7, then we set test xyz to the color, and then we render that. Oh, it's this. Wait. Oh, right. It's that. Because this says if it's not. Fine, fair enough. But let's do that. Oh, I hate HLSL so much. Come on. Give me a pixel. You son of a bitch. There. And 7. That's more interesting, I think. That is... I don't like how indentations control scope in GDScript. Yeah, no, I don't like that either. Like, I think C# is pretty much as good as it gets from just, like, how it's designed. That we have right now, so... So what is happening here? I have to set up. I still don't have all the information I need. This is why I hate working in HLSL, because it's like, oh, especially when you're doing Raymarching, because this is a Raymarching renderer, right? Like, we're only rendering things using rays. There's no real meshing going on. I am doing some meshing, just it's not like meshing, but it is triangle checks, which kind of creates a mesh. But like, in order for me to understand what's happening here, all I can do is I can just convert variables into a color and print it to the screen, and then use a color picker on the screenshot to read the value. That way I can like extract which map position or which ray position are we currently at. It's such a pain in the ass. So now what I need is this is what I need, right? The try check count. So, but we can't break. So this needs to be another variable. This needs to be a... Oh, no, we have that. We have the try check count. So we actually just need to move this, I think. To here. And actually we can do this. That should work. C++ can get syntactically pretty weird because of STD, and I think some bad decisions were made along the way, and now it can't be changed. It's verbose as fuck as well. Like, they were doing some weird things the other day that was like, I hate this. It probably makes sense once you understand it, but stuff like this here, where you have this class here, like coming from C# specifically. Here you have this class, my library. It contains a public static const array and a static int foo int. Like, I hate this, that it just contains this. And then outside here, you like declare the function call, like out here, outside of the class. So a class is like an interface more than it is a class. And it's just, I don't know. It's just a headache, and I know that if I go into it, I'm gonna be mad all the time. And I've seen other really weird things where it's like, I don't understand what this really means, and it's upsetting. But it's one of those things where, like, I want to write like simulation code, and I feel like whenever you're making that kind of game, C# just isn't really the way to go. And that's my problem there. That I feel like I am going to run into like hard limitations. Okay, bro. Hello? Okay, there we go. I don't know why screenshotting is so difficult nowadays. Everything's too complicated. So we want to go to this. And here, mark that thing. As you can see, it's again on the extreme end. It's never on this side. I mean, no, it is on the this extreme, because it's never on the yellow. And then here, this is the T value, right? So it looks this way because here, this is where the ray has to travel the furthest through the voxel before it intersects with the triangles inside of the voxel. And here it's dark. It's black here where it's 1, because this is where it exits this voxel and enters the other one from the side. So here it just enters like immediately here, and then it just intersects almost immediately. Here it is immediately, and therefore the T is 0 or whatever, and it goes up from there. So that's why we get that shape there. But that's why this is so strange here, because here it's all good. We've got T of 65 to 70 something, and here it's maxed out. And the reason it gets maxed out is because it's set to 10 here. So if we don't find anything, it gets set to 10. But that also means that we have found a voxel that contains data, and then we have traveled away from it without intersecting anything. Here specifically, T min equals 10 there, yeah. And that's what's the most sus here. That it's not actually finding anything, because now that I'm not breaking, what is it rendering? All right, let's check this here. So here you can see we have 8, 4, 4, 4, 4, 8, 8, 8. Here it says 42? That's like way more than I even imagined. What does that mean? 42? How? Huh? I have to continue. We have to continue investigating. I still don't have the data I need. So up here, we are checking like entry UV and stuff like this. But I feel like I kind of want pretty much everything down here now. However, there are various variables that don't exist in this space, so we'll have to fix that. Okay. So what I want to know now is what is the map position on a faulty pixel compared to everywhere else? Because the fact that I was finding 42 triangle checks here is insane. Right? Because it shows green, and the only way it renders green is if it finds the top of a square. And in order to make 42 checks, that would mean that it has found a voxel, checked all of the triangles that exist within that voxel, and for a slope, the amount of triangles is 4. And then it passes through that to the next one, which is going to be a plane, which then is 2 triangles. So it's going to have to pass through like all of those. Or maybe that's simply it. It just passed through like a whole shitload of of top planes, and then it found. But it shouldn't have to travel that far. Let's just see what it says today. I think this one's kind of useless now. I think it's 6 I want. $38. Map position is 3. Yeah, there. That's better. Yeah, it has stepped 1x, 1y, 2z. I think it has to be the triangle. Check. That's somehow the culprit here. Because why? Because if you look at it, it doesn't really make any real sense. I think the only thing that makes any sense I think this might have fucked it up a bit. Let's switch this over to 6 again. Actually, this one is different now too. So some of this data has been polluted a bit. Here the value is now 0. Weird. But the reason that it was showing us like a bajillion intersections, I think was partially because we were making light ray checks as well. This one. That's that. Now we're only getting 22 checks, which actually kind of checks out, I think. 4 for the first one. Then we traverse. Four for the first one. Four for the first one, and then another 4 because we step to the right. Then we step in. Then that's 2, that's 10. And if the intersection is then in there below, then that adds up to 22 immediately. So that does make sense. But in that case, again, that does mean that this is an issue with the triangle hit. Maybe I just need to check the shader toy again. Maybe this is just me fucking it up. Holy shit, it's late. Because if it was the ray itself, then we wouldn't be doing any triangle checks because it would have skipped by and missed it. Right. So that means that there's no issue with the actual DDA algorithm, but the triangle check is misfiring somehow. It's actually doing the checks, but nothing is being found. When it should be. I think it has something to do with this. Somehow, but I don't know how. Like, I feel like there's like some tiny hidden chain reaction. From where the entry UV is allowed to have an upper extreme of 0.5 instead of 0.4999 infinity. And somehow that plus the exit UV doing the same thing, the max magnitude being based on the exit UV and the entry UV, causing like some kind of issue further down the line. But I'm not so convinced either, because I don't think max magnitude matters anymore. I don't think that's actually a real variable that really does anything for me. That was something I was implementing before when I was doing other things, because I was trying to create like a way of interpolating the surfaces by placing like spheres in the neighboring voxel locations, and then creating like a UV based on those. And that's when I had to set the max magnitude, because I had area that was being checked outside of the voxel. It was like getting stretched, and the ray was hitting things that it wasn't supposed to. So it was like, if you were looking through a voxel, it would look like the contents of a voxel was like 3 times bigger than the voxel itself behind it. That's why the max magnitude even exists in the first place. So I don't think it's actually doing anything. I just think this is a near miss. And I don't really know what I want to do about it. Or how to fix it. let's do it this way instead. Let's try that. Is it actually invalid? Yeah. It is different, actually. Very dark. Why is it dark? What's going on? That's not even related, bro. Fuck you, it still happens. Go fuck yourself. That means that it's my fault. It seems to happen a lot less. But without the shadows, it's harder to see too. Well, why is it like this? Why is it all in darkness now? How does altering the triangle algorithm do this? Oh, why is it dark? Oh, this needs to be a bool. That's why. That didn't change anything. Why is it dark? That's why. Can I figure out which part is N? It was the one called N. Come on! What is happening? It's the same! I'm so confused. It should be the same, but it's like it's inverted. And it's making the entire world being cast in shadows instead. Why won't it work? It's really hard to tell here because unless we do that. Like this. This try check seems a lot more solid, but I don't really understand why, first and foremost. And because I don't know what this is. It's ray position. Yeah, because this is something that isn't happening here. Ray origin V0. And here we normalize N. That never happens here. Here he gets a Q, which is a cross product of the ray origin and V0 and the ray direction. But I don't understand. It doesn't have a bunch of early exits, so I don't really need to set T early. Because T is getting set here, right? But maybe T is getting set to something different. Because here, T is negative dot n ray position plus D divided by n dot ray direction. And that's dot n ray direction. What does it mean? The T values seem just fine. They're normal. It's not that's the issue. Because there we're just trying to get team in, right? And that's what we're getting. And here N cross of V1, V0, V2, V0. And here the name is reversed, but it's the same, right? It's the exact same calculation. So why is my entire world black? Like, this should be like that. I think. Maybe if we tried that, but oh, late as fuck. All right. I'm gonna launch it one more time, and then that's gonna be it. But either way, it does seem that it had some... Fuck. I just saw one. Fuck you. It's a lot better. But it's not good. It's so much better. They're still there. Yeah, I saw one. I saw another one. There's one. Now you see, like, before it was way easier to find a problem spot. Now it's almost impossible. There's one. I just want to know, is it still there? Yeah, okay, it is still there when the shadows are there. Oh well. Oh, fuck me. Oh. Either way, until next time. Thanks for hanging. Have a good night. Bye-bye.